Mm. One sec. All right. Good morning. VIX isn't down that much. No, not yet, but it will be more. It's sitting at 144, 144%. It's incredible. So it's very likely that there'll be some consolidation here at kind of the limits of what the market maker was pricing in for today's move. Um, while the reaction is very strong to the CPI data, much like the PPI data, is mixed. So we'll see how this kind of goes. I mean, most of this is that core printed like zero point 0.2 for the first time in a while, but headline is still up quite a bit, and headline inflation year over year went up to 2.9. So it's not as bullish as the knee jerk reaction from the market would indicate. Why are Japanese yields rising? Because they're expected to hike rates next week, and we got some new statements out of Japan last night that kind of hint at that as well. They seem to be getting a bit more of a narrative coalesced. Um, anyway, I think the likelihood of them hiking rates is going up. I'm ready for the profit taking rug. We'll never see 5,800 again. That's debatable. The live data candles are horizontal right now. You could zoom out, but yeah, there's only 5 candles so far. What's more important than how many candles there are is definitely going to be where things are positioned here. It looks like we've got a little bit of support at 59.25, although that's quite weak. And then profit taking on any of this overnight move could easily bring us back down to the gamma flip there, 58.96. A loss of that would obviously see implied vol start to move back up again. Looks like 59.50. And maybe a little bit 59.40 would be resistance to the upside. So plenty of sold calls there coming in at 50, but it does appear that there's a pretty decent number of calls at 5,900 as well. As far as short puts, there's not a ton of put volume so far. A little bit at 50. Some kind of coming in between here, and then a little bit of 5,900. The majority of the put volume seems to be further out of the money: 5,800, 5,820, 40, 5,850. So maybe the bulls aren't super confident about holding this range. Remember that this isn't a complete mean reversion on last night's data, or at least last night's positioning. So, gamma neutral, still quite far out of the money, both on the weekly chain and the monthly chain. So this is not This is not like a bounce right back into mean reversion, which is usually how it goes. Like usually gap up and go right into GN if it's super bullish. So there's definitely a chance that this could pull back. SPX overnight pricing was only like, or SPX overnight pricing was only 109. So, it may even be that we see a pullback to like, nah, like another 20 basis points or so before we see any kind of consolidation in the bull position. Yeah, no problem. Sorry for getting the information out so late this morning. I've been dealing with shit with my mom this week, and all of it's like at like 7 in the fucking morning. So, well, she should be cleared to fly now completely, and then she can go back home. Please. Just great to have you here at Open. Yeah. All right, so yeah, there's your profit taking. Um, that's yeah. See where this ends up at like 109 basis points. If we went back to 6 fast, possibly. It was actually building up a little bit of support yesterday. So the 8% overnight move's quite nice. Back above 450 would be kind of bullish. I would definitely like to see that happen. Discord muted? No, not anymore. It was briefly there for a second. I did not hold on to my put leg. I mean, me either. I just collapsed the whole straddle. You don't care about the fucking put leg when you go up 144 points. Also, something else to note is that the shift in Dixie was not commensurate with the drop in yields. Dixie's going to need to fall quite a bit more. It's only down 40 points right now. I know yields got hammered. The 20-year got pushed back under 5%. The 10 years back under 4.7. But the fact that Dixie hasn't got down much makes me think that we're going to get a little bit of a mean reversion back to the upside in the top end of the bond curve, like the yield curve. So I don't know. Be careful getting overly bullish on this. It's definitely bullish. But but it's not like it's bullish intraday, but not bullish long term. Also, swaps are still pricing up inflation over the next 2 months. The next 2 months are going to have oil at 78 a barrel, which is whoosh. Yeah, CL back up today, in that kind of like upper $78 band. Bullish intraday, but that might not be done, right? Could be. Yeah, it could be very much like yesterday, where the peak of the day was the market open. It really depends on profit taking, and if bulls get skittish or not. Um, They're getting 6 rate cuts this year now. No, actually, I think Fed Fund futures only moved up like 0.04 points for a cut in June. So actually very little reaction from Fed funds future. Lower than they were last Thursday. Which isn't particularly, yeah, not a particularly crazy move on that. Also, the 10 2-year spread hasn't shifted much. It's still at like 0.38 or 38, 38.7. What are we looking at for rejection? We were looking at like the 144 basis point move, which, yeah, kind of close to where we rejected. It's about 144 right now, 148. We're looking for stability to be built here. Bank earnings appear to have been positive. Yeah, I need to look at those still. Hmm. Give me a second. We're gonna dig into some of this shit. Profit rose 50%. Its non-interest expenses fell 7% from a year earlier. Revenue climbed 10% to 43.74 billion. Interest income of 23.47 billion. Yes, we know who's been shorting the short paper since August. JPM's fixed income trading revenue jumped up 20%. Thank you. No, I don't want to trade this right now anyway. I think they're just like basic React icon components. Which, yeah, probably ripped from a car manual. Did you close the whole CPI straddle already? Yep. I have some bull credit spreads that are in the money here, but most of them don't expire till Friday. So depending on how much support we build here, I'll either take profit on them or just hold them open until the end of this week. What platform is this? Gamma Strike. It's the thing we built. Am I safe holding calls all day? Anything that could bring this down. Who the fuck is George? Yeah, we could get more profit taking. I think we already got a little bit. I would say resistance maybe at 59.40. Any break above 59.50, I would consider pretty bullish. But very little support to the downside. I mean, there's almost no options interest underneath us at all. So slippery. Should anybody take a significant amount of profits, this can slide quite a bit. And vol would likely pick up on any downside move as well. Definitely resistance at 50 for now. Did it just make up a name for you? I think so. Twice. That felt good, didn't it? People asking what platform GS is. No, I expect everyone to just know. But yeah, I mean, it's cool that people are interested, I guess. Seems like it will be one of those days they let nothing slide and we push up slowly all day. That's very possible. Yeah. The other possible outcome is that our trading range ends up actually really narrow. And realized vol crushes a bit while they try to move the short volatility position up closer to the money. I didn't know Goldman Sachs made a gambling platform. It's not a gambling platform, it's a gambling analysis platform. God. There's a difference, right? Morning, Nuke. Yeah, most of the resistance looks like it's up here around 50. 45 might not be all that friendly either. Plenty of delta to the downside, so probably not too hard for price to fall back off. Not a lot of speed though. I'd say if we get 50, if, it's a pretty big if, but if we were to get 50, back to 59.70, failure of 40 could drag us back down to 25, failure of 25, back to 5,900 or lower. So careful. Can someone tell me, please, exactly where ES is right now? Yeah, I can slap it up here. You can just also pay like $4 a month to know yourself in real time. You're still trading on your cell phone, Potamus? How close do you think we are to a bottom on Fubo? I hope we're forming a bottom on Fubo. It's pretty cool while you plebs were fucking off for what are pleeps? Fucking off for a few months. We casually built a trading platform. What did you do? Plebes. Okay. I think higher unemployment claims tomorrow can reverse this move. I think weaker retail sales tomorrow could reverse this move. If it's seeing that the drop in core is due to lack of demand rather than like an actual repricing, then that could be kind of bearish. I can't imagine not knowing ES real time. Yeah, that blows my mind. What brokerage app doesn't have live ES data? I mean, most of them don't, but you have to pay for it. Casually. It's always best that our greatest achievements seem like they were low effort, baby well Nick. It adds to the mystique. Ooh, there's a 40 rejection. This can go back to 25. Failure of 25 can fail back to 5,900. Am I looking at beyond tips? Yeah, I could take a look at them. They don't look like they're doing much. I hope at some point this year. You know what? I do like the big swing in liquidity this morning on Beyond. Probably more a factor of the Russell going up 200 basis points than it is really Beyond itself. I think I'm going to go long Carvana. It's back above 200. Apparently, the lower priced used autos doesn't fucking matter. Does TOS give you real time ES data for free? That's weird because they're supposed to pay per individual user, so that means that they're just covering the cost. That's strange. IBKR doesn't. WeBull doesn't. No futures broker does. Do they have like really shitty margin? They used to have, I think they used to have really shitty overnight margin requirements. Their margin's the worst. Okay. That's why. They're just padding the cost of the data into their massive fees and margin requirements. If you pay enough in commissions, the data fees are waived for a lot of things. Yeah, I know. Game is starting to fall off a little bit more heavily to the downside on SPX here. So probably getting some profit taking, at least some minimal profit taking. Delta's still supportive though. A move under 5,900 is bearish. Hmm. Should just be long IWM again. $35. Just like a fucking Head and Shoulders. Maybe not. Ooh, Upstart. Upstart got a fucking sick bump today. 10% already. How's IWM looking? Interesting-ish. I don't know. Still under 225, so not fantastic. We're starting to get some more sold puts. 30, 25, 20. And not much from 20 to 5,900. Big resistance to the upside, still at 50. So 32. 13. All right, let's see. $59.80 should have been. Yeah, we're right at retesting the 59.80 level from the pre-market. Broke a little higher on the consolidation. 59,990. 59.91. Maybe. Yes, resistance, like minor resistance to the upside. Or a failure of 59.80. Futures volume starting to fall off a little bit, but still pretty high. The 21.4 NQ looks pretty high confidence. It does look like there's some in the money profit taking though. Gamma still falls off pretty sharply to the downside from spot, so just continue to be careful with stops because it can sell off really fast. There's a little bit more support now at 40, but under 40 it can dump. Is the new platform interface working today? It just keeps telling me to please wait. Click the gamma strike icon in the top left corner. Resistance to Tesla on the upside was like 427. Hasn't quite tested that yet today, but that's right. I'd be looking at like 422 to 427, like 427.50. Yeah, Riley's moving up again today. They still haven't submitted their next quarterly report or paid off the senior notes yet with the money they have. Although they do have the money to pay off the senior notes. Pickle Swings iteming and butterflies you called out 2 weeks ago really paid out. 97 to $1.88. Thanks for the pick. Nice, dude. No problem. Did you get some free bagels today for National Bagel Day from Manhattan Bagel? I did not. I have a couple bagels in my freezer, but nothing to put on them. Ooh. Jesus Christ. Pizza are a bit overpriced here. Mm. $40 still a little supportive. NQ's getting a bit closer to the 21,400 test. Some short vol coming in there at the money. Hmm. Was the data that good? Not particularly. But 59.50 is the next major upside resistance. So there's still a bit of a push for it. I think losing 40 here would be pretty bad. I'm just not sure if QQQ or NQ is going to follow suit. Don't you think we get a 50 test? It's possible. It's big enough resistance, though, that, like, it might just be kind of hard to get over 45. I need to take a look at some of the other positioning data. There's a lot of bought calls here, but not a lot of sold puts. Most of the sold puts are pretty far out of the money right now. And there's bought puts at 45 and 50, which are creating a bit of a resistance into the downside. The closest, like, support is 59.25 on a loss of 40. And then below 59.25, there's quite a few more bought puts. The majority of the sold puts are still down at like 58.50, 58.40 for the 0DT. NQ's looking a little bit weaker here. There's a shitload of bot puts at 50. Not all, I don't think all of them are for today. But they may have just been bought prior to this also. Greek, it worked. Thank you. What did? Oh, nice. I have some puts right now. Would you consider selling 50, 55 put credit spreads here? It's very early in the day. Probably not. It's it's a very big resistance, but I don't know if I don't want to sell spreads there. Because if more support is built between like 59.30 and here, they could try to like lever up and push through 50 in the like second half of the day. You don't try to empty your settled cash in the first hour and then miserably stare at the market the rest of the day? No. Well, not always. GoEV's borrow rates jumping. Good for them. Confused. What's the GoEV2 thing you always buy but never mention? Oh, these are just like old dead options that can't be sold. There's no premium on them. The company reverse split. Oh, this is still being held up by bot calls. There's some bot calls at 50, bot puts at 50. There's the 50 test. Wow, really, really close. On 21 for NQ. Mm. Yeah, much falls off pretty sharply to 45, but like 45, 40, it levels off. And then if 40 is lost, that's kind of bearish. The Carvana pop back above 200 seems like kind of a big deal. $53, $55, yeah, probably. It's net calls to puts at 50. It's like 3,487 bot puts net, and then like 1371 sold calls net. 1367, sorry. What's Fubo doing? Ooh, nice. Almost back to 450. Still thinking your prediction of downs into end of week will hold. um, it's possible. I think it's going to be slightly dependent on retail sales. Because retail sales can do a lot of damage to the core CPI bullishness. Otherwise, I would say no, probably up into the end of the week from here. Especially if we get back above gamma delta neutral on the monthly. We do have SLD, although I expect with such a huge sell-off going into the SLD period that most of that's already probably properly collateralized. Supplemental liquidity deposits prior to the Opex. Don't forget that a lot of the dispersion falls off with the, like, a lot of the dispersion positioning falls off with the Opex expiration. Not the AM expiration either. The way people be asking about SLD, lol, noobs. Everyone's got to learn eventually. Or they don't, I guess. It's been a long time since we've had an SLD period, which starts today, below gamma neutral. That could be kind of interesting. But I would expect any kind of SLD reaction to be minimal, given that the market's been selling off for a couple of weeks now. If there's one thing that I miss about Superstack, though, it's that, like, they pay more attention to regulatory changes than actual risk managers. So you always know if there's any kind of market mechanic or regulatory change, even though it has nothing to do with them. They do. They do. They get really excited about them. Are any out of the money puts coming in? Like bot puts? There's some bot puts down at like 59.30, 59.25. Looks like the 30s came in after open. Some at 59.10. Not very many of them, but there's a few. There's like 1,000 at 59.30. 40 is a very important level here. If 40 fails, then this could actually like have a little bit of a pullback. $40 or 30, 38 might actually, yeah, like right there. That level. $34 something. There's some in the money sold calls at 40. Not very many of them. Probably move back up, retest the trend. A failure to retest the trend is a little bit bearish. But yeah, mostly just lose 38. That's what's gonna matter here. I wonder if we'll ever see it below 350 again. We could. I got out of my $4 covered calls yesterday, so I'm ready to sell more. I think everyone got out of their in the money credit like covered calls yesterday, so that's probably why it's bouncing back a bit. The options chain on Fubo is normalizing already at like a higher level. It won't probably like it won't. It's not going to shake off all those short calls till Opex. The ones that are down at like $1, $52. Ugh. Are the Greeks not normalized yet? They should be getting there. Like came back and retested Gamma Max yesterday. The old Gamma Max when the run started. Yeah, I mean it's starting to get some upside interest, like 6, 7. A lot more volume out on the 8, 9, and 10 than there was. Not too much volume below like the $4 strike. But there's still a bunch of sold calls trapped to the downside for the Opex expiration. Yeah, between like $1.50 and $3. You're just gonna chill here all day? Mm, yeah, that's possible. I feel like if we hang out here long enough, eventually the bulls will lever up short puts at the money and then try to push for 59.50. But we might need a bit of a pullback before we see them do that. They may not want to sell puts here. I mean, they're not selling puts here right now, so that kind of indicates to me that they're not very likely to start selling puts here. They'd probably like to sell them a bit lower. Pull back to where? 30 or 25, I think. Below that would be really bad. So I assume that's the level they'll try to defend. But losing 38's not particularly great for them. Gamma falls off pretty steadily all the way down to like 5,900. And it may be that we need the bigger mean reversion to 5,900 before before they really want to reposition. Remember, most of the short puts in the intraday are still like way the fuck down at like 58.50, 58.40. They're starting to sell some puts at 5,900, but not a ton of them. And there's out of the money bought puts at 30 and 25 and 10. Also at the money bought puts at 40, 45, and 50, which is making this a bit of a resistance. some of the bot calls are taking profits here. So there were 35, 40, 45 bot calls. Those are starting to trim down a little bit. There's some 25 bot calls. Yeah, let's see what happens with the 38 tests. See if we lose it or not. And we can go from there. It's very mixed positioning. Japan's rate decisions next week. That's 38 lost with the gap down. The last BOJ hike was a bombshell. Yep. Be really careful with the bottom here because Delta's still supportive above 26, so the reversal could be nasty. If we fall below 26, less chance of a reversal. You can see on the Fubo chart exactly where atomic flow forwarded $5 weekly cover calls. Just a little bit. There's the gap fill. 40 now resistance though. To break above like 42 to break out. BOJ decisions next week. Do you think it'll have a major impact or nothing bigger with it being telegraphed beforehand? I think it could have a pretty big impact. Even with it being telegraphed, like we'd have to see leverage start to de-risk really hard over the next few days. This is a good opportunity for bulls to de-risk all of that put leverage that's like right below us, given that it's now out of the money. But dangerous because still negative gamma. I mean, like they can de-risk it, but it's very dangerous. They might not get another chance, though. Hmm. Yeah, it's tricky. Failed bounces are cool. So the PPI pump failed, right? Yeah, probably. Haven't they been burned already? But leverage on the long end of the carry is up like 200% from where it was back in August. It's in an even worse position than it was in the last rate hike. Remember right after Japan hiked rates, they like backtracked everything and they're like, well, we're gonna stay at the lower end of our terminal rate. Like you don't have to worry about anything. We're not gonna blow up the trade and like they just reversed basically the entirety of the decision almost immediately because they almost crashed the fucking Nikkei. I mean, arguably they flash crashed the Nikkei. But that doesn't change the need for that leverage. Like banks still have to keep turning there because it's the best spread against the US rate, or at least for a reserve currency. When we dropped, the VIX barely moved. What does that indicate? I mean, we didn't drop enough for volatility to pick up very much. We really need to move like under 35, 30, 25, and then it really starts to pick up under 25. Like between 25 and 50, out of the money IV goes from like 27.45 to 40. The market maker on the zero D, like for the zero DT contract, is supportive here. So they're like buying the dip. So I gotta kind of grind through that positioning. Gets a little bit more bearish under 28, a lot more bearish under 15. The failure to get back above 42 is probably significant here. But we're gonna want to see, yeah, we're gonna want to see vol move up more. I still think NQ is probably gonna have to drive the sell-off because breadth might be a little bit too supportive on S&P. Say if NQ gets under 21,350, that might be more bearish than SPX losing 30. What does Reddit say? Sensitive to SPX NASDAQ. It's up 7.84% today. Weird. I think it's just got a really volatile options chain. I don't think it's particularly sensitive to the SPX or NASDAQ. It's drastically outperforming them. This morning's print, is the bear thesis just delayed a bit? I don't even think it's that delayed. I think the thesis is intact. It's just that I think demand is just down, like from both consumers and producers. I think that's why we're seeing soft core prints. I don't think it's because core inflation's actually coming down. Marine mammal do you most closely associate with your sexuality? Orca. Baby whale. Yes, baby whale, Nick. We know. Makes sense. You drive around the south side of Chicago, they're just shipping containers stacked everywhere. It's been that way for months. Yeah, I think a lot of the buying on the production side happened in October and November. And that's why we got that big spike in the November PPI print. Was everybody was trying to load up their inventories for the holidays, which I think were kind of lackluster, and then also to ensure the continuity of their supply chain against Trump tariffs, because still nobody knows what the fuck he's gonna do. So you wear salmon hats during coitus too? Yeah, as long as I can find one. Are pigeon whales more avian than mammal? No, they're entirely mammal. Ooh, nice. NQ slipped under 21,350. If we can go down just a little further, we start to slide into some of the bot puts at 30. Again, still be careful of bounces. It's a very slow bleed still. Let's see if that delta flip is getting any closer to spot. 59.2862 for delta to go negative. It's about $5 more to the downside. Yeah, and then once we get if we get below that, I'm not really sure where bulls are going to try to support this. I mean, gamma falls off pretty steadily all the way down to 5,900. I mean, they could try to build up some short positioning around 20, 25. But the current positioning of those levels is quite slim. There's a synthetic short at 30. Not a huge one. It's like 1,000 and 1,000. But going under that probably matters a little bit. Then a ton of bot calls at 25, which aren't closing out yet. But the 35, 40, and 45 bot calls have closed out quite a bit. And there's a bit of a synthetic short at 40 as well. That's so weird having actual bears in the market again. What does it mean when gamma and delta points approach spot? Well, for the flip points, it just means that the point at which the market maker flips negative on those hedges is getting closer to the money. So usually, like, at the money positioning is breaking down, and supportive positioning is falling away. If they stay pretty far out of the money, then the supportive positioning's kind of staying in one spot. Yeah, you can trim it. That's fine. Just because they're trying to save it here doesn't mean they have saved it here. Bounces are just going to be nasty because of how much gamma there is. See if this synthetic short at 40 is resistance or not here. Looks like it kind of is. Yeah, IV under 35 picks up quite a bit, so they don't want to lose that level. Like 35 to 30, a 2% bump. Wonder what the gamma on that looks like. Yeah, so right now, the gamma on that kind of looks like this. So it's on the synthetic short at 59.40. So it's kind of most bearish between like what is that? Like 59.06 through 58.80. Drop back below it. 59.10. Speaking of the yellow line, what does that chart look like? Oh, we can take a look at it. There's very little support here, as you can see, to the downside. Mostly just some defense of the delta flip there. On that last almost test, probably see what happens on the second test, or well, near test. Um, Still looks like mostly support is at 5,900. There's a little bit here at 20 and 15, but not very much yet. 59.40 is synthetic short now, so that's a bit of resistance. Still need to see like 28 lost for things to get really bearish. So there's some bot calls at 30 that we want to see fall out of the money. Those I haven't yet. We might gap them like in 20 and 25. See, they're still trying to defend that delta from going negative. That's what these like fucking crazy bounces are. They're a little weaker each time though, right? Fewer buyers on those tests is usually not a good sign. It's also a sign that volatility is picking up a bit. Yeah, because that, like, I was showing you guys that synthetic short at 40 before. It creates a really strong resistance here. So it's like kind of hard to get over that hump. So the gamma between, like 30 and 40 is picks up quite a lot. But then it falls off above 40, so it's kind of hard to get price over that hump. Ignore it when it keeps flipping upside down like this. That's just relative to where spot is. There it goes. Um, yeah, so that inverses if you go above 40, which we did for, I think, a second there. Do delta flip and gamma flip usually converge during the day? They can, but don't always. Mm, not necessarily, no. I mean, NQ's still getting lower highs. It's in a downtrend. Whether that's going to turn into consolidation or not, who the fuck knows, but right now it's not. A breakout above that would be kind of bullish. But I still think more than likely headed to retest 21.2, 21.3. 21.3 or 21.250, and then I would say we probably get a stronger reversal. A gap down would be cool as fuck. Gamma flip points moved up quite a bit. 59.18 now. Delta flips at 59.29. So both of them still getting incrementally closer to spot. And I'd probably just stop out if we got above the above the synthetic short at 40. I don't want to stay in this. I want to bet put, but I'm scared. Fair. It's dangerous. I mean, set a stop. They're expensive too, which makes it even riskier. How's the Tesla options chain looking today? Looked like it was going to push up to like 425, 427.50 yesterday. Looks like it got rejected off 420 this morning. It's got pretty decent support on it, I think. I will say it does look like the more of the in the money positioning in Tesla is starting to take profit with the move up. But yeah, 415 is kind of a like 410 to 415 is a little bit difficult. But if it can get above 420, it's got a pretty straight shot out to 30. And then 30 to 40 is kind of a bit of a grind as well. Right now, pretty well supported at 10, very well supported at 405. Oh, hey, look, lower low. That fucking took long enough. Kind of want to just take my fucking 20% and get out, but this rejection's nice. Still haven't lost the flip point. 28.86 right now. Are yields paring back a bit? Little. Dollar's back up above 109. Fed speaker said more time needed for inflation to drop. Rates will stay higher for longer. Market dropping coming. That would explain why some of the in the money out of the money short puts are closing right now. I wouldn't buy a put here. 50 was the spot for one. I don't know if it makes much of a difference as long as you have like I wouldn't buy it here. I would have bought it closer to the synthetic short at 40, but if he'd bought one when he talked about it, then it wouldn't have been so bad. Not great, but not too different than my cost basis on them because I've been waiting out the drop for a fucking hour and a half now. Thanks for the SEX trades today, Big G. You got it, Frank. Congratulations, dude. Any thoughts on the AQN CFO resigning? No, I don't think so. Although I hate it when CFOs resign. Good morning, get pickle fam. PSA, don't get the flu. Oh, fucking Popcorn got the flu too. I think he's still alive, but rough. Four fucking Fed speakers today. Mm-hmm. Delta flips 59, 29, 52 now. It's getting a little bit closer. I'd like to see it get above 30. If it inches up above 30, that's probably a pretty good sign. I don't like the gap to the upside at 37 though. Let's see how gamma looks to the downside. Yeah, still just falls off till 5,900. Hmm. Ooh, fail to fill the gap. Hmm. That's kind of fucking spicy. Did they sell all the pets? They're not selling very many of them near spot. The closest ones I see coming in are like 59.20, 59.15. Which is kind of where I would expect them to try to build support, would be like that, like right around here, that prior low. Because then they could sell like the 25, the 20, 25, 30 put, and then push up against the 50 resistance a lot from like a better, from a much better position. The synthetic short at 59.30 is being a little bitch though. Since short 30, since short 40. Just short 40, really. Could this lose 5,900? Probably not. I mean, yeah, it could, but it probably won't. There's a lot of fucking soul puts. 5,900 for today. Right now, I'd be surprised if we lost 15, honestly. Like 20 or 15 seem like they would just be the support at the bottom of this. Down here. Could you show us where on the start the gap is? The gap's right there. It's printed on the screen. We didn't fill it on the test either, which is kind of bearish as fuck. Still need to lose 30 for anything fun to happen, though. And we still haven't lost 30. Same fucking support as before. Maybe this time we got enough momentum. Ooh. That's the good stuff. Interestingly, NQ kind of outperforming this part of the drop. But I would like to see NQ lose 21,318. There we go. Okay, now I should probably put a stop on this. So remember how that gamma is shaped on the synthetic short? If we fall to the downside of that gamma, gamma will start to fall off. Because 5930 is also a synthetic short, 40 and 30. Or well, at least the net positioning replicates a synthetic short, I should say. It's not like just it's a synthetic short that someone put there. Mm. That was a big fucking short. Jesus. 35 puts sold. Fill the gap. And then left a gap at 35. Failed breakout on NQ. It's gonna try to stop everybody out. Fucking ridiculous. $10 stop loss on it. That was fucking crazy. Can't get stopped if you don't place one. That was a 14 bip swing. Then you wonder why we're so degenerate. It's fair. And it wasn't that bad of a drawdown. It's a little bit more than it should have been, but keep leaving gaps at 35. Hmm. Getting a few bot puts at 25. Not very many yet, but a few. They're still selling the 20. A little bit the 15. And there's still a bunch of bot puts at 30. Well, synthetic short at 30. It's a little more long put heavy than it is sold call. Hmm. Who do you guys suspect will be the next bank or hedge fund to go under? No idea. I don't want to go dig through all the bank balance sheets. Is there going to be another GS roundtable this week? Yeah. Yeah, Thursday. What if the 30 cents gets squeezed? If run up over 50, fuel to get to 59.75? If we got over 50, the massive put position at 50 would be the fuel to get to 75, not the tiny amount of puts at 59.30. There's only like 1,000 puts at 59.30. There's 3,100 at 51 or 59.50. Where do we need this to drop to push further down? We need to fall into the bot calls at 25. So yeah, we have to get under 30. Under 30 and things start to shift quite a bit. There we go. Aha! And Q selling off right through 21.3. Support maybe here. Ooh boy. I'm gonna get my 16 test, it looks like. Nice. I'm okay with that. So from here, we could lose 15 and fall to 5,900. Or bulls try to reverse the fuck out of this shit, which is also a distinct possibility. So either bulls double down on their puts here, or they give up their short puts at 2015. And then we would fall into like the 59.10 long puts, down into like the 5,900 sold puts. But this should be some support. Could fail if they don't get it back above 59.25. So 59.25 to 59.27 would be the breakout to the upside. 28. Let's say 28. 25 to 28 would be a reversal. It was nice. I had to enter that contract twice, but it worked out. Fucking overpriced. Bullshit. Yeah, that's why I had a line there. Do you think I just draw these for fun? I already traded the failure. Oh, I'm not trading anything else. I made a fuck ton of money on the overnight straddle. I don't need to trade my other account today. Thanks for talking us through the data. Hope you learn new ways to look at the dashboard. Nice. Do they stay dead? What happens in this scenario? Yeah, they're pretty dead. And unless like the market crashes or something. What's the reverse split ratio? I mean, you just have leverage on less shares. Another 6-digit sleep. The straddles were $65 a leg at close yesterday, and they were like 116 at market open today. So I made like 50, a little over $50 a leg. 25 legs. When you get that big of an overnight move, you're just like, I usually just close it. Yeah, no problem. 1 to 10. Yeah, so you basically have 10 shares of leverage on your contract at whatever your strike is. I wouldn't have sold right then if not for your line. Nice. Don't forget, this can still fail more. Like obviously SPX is in a weaker spot here. The the gamma the gamma support is the only thing holding this up now, not the delta anymore. Right? And so if this moves up to retest at like the delta flip like 29, right, and fails, it can leg down to 5,900 pretty easily. There's not a ton of positioning below us. Bulls are definitely going to try to stabilize this, but that doesn't mean they will be successful. Remember, we're still in a negative like overall the whole chain. Gamma and delta are still negative on the weekly contracts, and gamma's negative on the monthly. And those are still pretty far from spot, even with our big move up. I mean, it makes sense that most of the trading on zero DTEs would occur around one strike. That's why like, you know, we've talked about this before. If you have to pick a technical indicator that has some relevance, it's definitely VWAP. Like you don't have access to options data and all that other stuff, then VWAP tells you a lot. Core inflation was up, but under expectations. Yeah. Any other data this week to potentially bring this back under 5,900? Retail sales tomorrow are now really important. Because if retail sales fall off hard, like below, they're already expected to fall off, but if they fall off harder than that, the drop in core CPI will not be attributed to improvement in pricing. It'll be attributed to lack of demand. VWAP on what though? ES? Yeah, probably. I'm in here. That's roughly where the gamma flip point is. We've talked about this 100 times over the last 4 years, AJ. Just in terms of SPX not having a VWAP. No, it doesn't. Although on TradingView you can get VWAP on SPX for intraday because they have the CFD, which has volume. So you can look at the SPX CFD versus SPX, like the CBOE SPX. Hence the hat. Yeah. I mean, I kind of knew I was on to something. Way back when. I don't really use VWAP anymore, ironically, but I still think it's very useful level to watch. But the options chain kind of tells you why VWAP's so important and why it's relevant. But it is a question of like chicken or egg, I think. Like is VWAP where it is as an indication of options positioning, or is VWAP where it is because of options positioning? And I would say it's probably the latter. And 25K profit for Gherkin. Oh, mama. You picked up 125K on that drop? How fucking over levered were you? Are you talking about the overnight straddle? Yeah, I keep telling you guys about them. They're fucking awesome. I don't know if it's that like most people just don't have the capital to put up against that, but it's hedged, so it's like the worst thing that happens is you're open flat, which didn't seem like was a possibility for today. What's up, Nick? Ah, Chad. Interestingly, Vol hasn't crushed at all. Oh, by the way, we're retesting the gamma flip right now to the downside. We've had big data prints go flat before. I've been burned badly. Yeah, yeah. Well, not this big. This is probably the most important data print since what, like June? Like the most important CPI print since June. I used to trade straddles a lot in 22, 23, but VIX Crush got me quite a few times. I mean, they were so fucking cheap though. In 22 they weren't, but 23 they were. 23 and 24, I mean, fucking most of 24. Straddles were amazing. They're fucking like $13 for 3 DTE straddles per contract. There were times where like the fucking IV crush was so fucking bad that I think there was one time when VIX hit like, what was it I think it was back in like was it December of 23? Might have been. I don't I don't remember. I think it was like December of 23. VIX got so fucking low that like the straddle I bought, like even if they just repriced to realized vol was free. Straddles and Stringles account for 60% of my gains from 2024. They're pretty. They're. I mean, I had gains in underlying stuff, but for trading gains, they were a huge chunk. I made way more off of them than I did like selling options. Although if I'd sold puts more aggressively in the early part of 2024, I probably would have made more off of that. I had 2-3 call put last night. Closed my calls 59.17. Still broke even technically if I include the 2x 5800p for end of month that are still alive. Okay. What was the cookies indicator? That was just a hat I owned. Shockingly, when I started the stream, I didn't have a VWAP hat. That came later. I had 0 DTs for today. Friday was too much money. Ooh, that explains a big gain without trying to play the put side. 1DT 25x last night. Fancy. Well, don't forget that I have debit spreads at like 50, 58.50, 58.75, and then I had debit spreads 58.75, 59.25, which I still have for this Friday because that was my upside hedge against my puts. And so I figured I already had puts, like longer dated puts for the June contracts, and then I had the upside hedge, so I didn't really need to get extra days on the straddle. What were your gains for last year? I made 28.8% on my total port, like everything. It was okay. A lot of that was just trading like the fixed income shit though. It's like 3 shirt off gains. It's like 8. Yeah, so as long as today moved more than 1%, I guess your strangle would have printed, and you expected a greater than 1% move. It makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I was buying like, I almost full ported into the 20-year back in October of 2023. And then as yields declined into 2024, and then we started pricing in more and more rate cuts, I closed those out. I made some decent money on the drop, and so that was a big chunk. That was like 17%, and it was like my almost my entire portfolio, like all of my free cash. I got burned last year, but made 123% of my port thanks to GS, and almost all back in just a few weeks. Fuck, man, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully, the new tools we're putting out will help even more. Do you lever up your fixed income positions that you're rolling at maturity? Well, after I got rid of the 20-year, I just went straight to like 3 6 months. And then those started to fall off like around September, October of this year. And now I'm just waiting. I picked up a little bit of the 20-year the other day at like 5%, but not very much. I'd much rather buy it around like 6 or 7. I'd get the 10-year at 5 though. There's more tools. Yeah. That was the whole point of doing this, right? We had shit we wanted to build, and the only way to do it was to build a hedge fund size infrastructure. And so, what better way of building a hedge fund size infrastructure than just giving the data to a bunch of people for money? And then everyone wins. So, but wait, there's more. We have like 15 different tools in the works that we're still like fucking with. We're trying to focus on getting everything ready for prod and getting it launched right now, so that's slowed down the development of some stuff, but there's all kinds of shit we want to do. Yeah, I see it's a lower low. This is a little bearish. I mean, I'd still want to see 15 lost. 15's important. Retesting 16, not so much. You guys are fucking awesome to provide this too. Unfortunately, I can't make it to the round table. You're a poor time zone, sad face. Well, hopefully I remember to turn my audio on when we record the one for this week on YouTube, because you should be able to go to them after the fact. Yeah, and if you're in like Europe or something and you're one of the beta subscribers and you have questions, just try to like forward them to me before the fireside chat thing or the round table, and then I'll try to get them answered while we're bullshitting. The GS roundtables. I mean, for us, this is just like practice. That's why we're doing them, kind of. Is that we need to get a lot better at explaining this stuff in a succinct way to people that's direct and easily understandable. Um, and so this gives us a chance to do that, and gives you guys a chance to learn. I'm excited for GS. Me too. Are you saying that you're going to explain stuff on AJ's level if it's necessary? Yeah, I mean, I figure he's the least common denominator, so if AJ can get it, then everyone can. I know. Can you explain stuff with like puppets or something? That's actually a great idea that I love. Oh my god. We could write option songs. So before we regarded porous try to use GS successfully, we should learn a lot about options pricing. You should understand options pricing. You don't need to you don't need to learn Black-Scholes models. You don't need to learn differential equations. That's why we developed the tools we've developed, because they make all of that far easier to understand without having to get into the math behind it. It helps if you understand those things quite a bit, but you don't need that. But understanding how options are priced, understanding where the advantage lies in the market for the market makers, and how they're dynamically hedging all help. And yeah, having some idea of options pricing will help you understand that. I know differential equations. It doesn't correlate to me being profitable. Seriously, who cares? About what channel name? My opinion, for one. Well, yeah, that's true. I take the heat for all the community members. You're scared to ask questions. No, you take the heat for asking the same question 50 different ways, where everybody else would have just understood it on the first or second explanation. To be honest, even with GS, there's some situations where your input and information during the stream are worth gold. I mean, don't forget that I've been using some version of this data for like almost 4 years now. We started developing all of this shit back with GME. How much is a GS subscription? Still not entirely sure yet, but somewhere between like 69 and like 150. This would be like overnight data. This would be live. It's still in beta testing. There's some variability on the top end. We're still not entirely sure because we haven't had to scale infrastructure yet, and we don't know what that's going to cost. But at what level does this become bullish again? Back above 28. I mean, you could buy now hoping that they get there, but 28 would be like the breakout to the upside. The beta testers already have a lifetime subscription. We're not doing any more of those because those we sell those at a loss. Pudding flaps. I forgot about ketchup and mustard. We still have those. Those aren't even. Yeah, we still have those. Early pigeon whale gets the kelp. Yeah. So much regret. There's still a bunch of people that became pigeon whales and haven't signed up yet. Although I feel like they were just waiting for the product to have more features. You can't transfer your lifetime subscription, Dave. I mean, we're gonna open things up to billionaires with the soft launch, hopefully soon. You'll be able to sign up for it when it's open to the public. Right now you can't. It's not Python.
Port blower put their pickle in my jar. I don't want you to get burned on my lifetime GS subscription. 102.
I don't want you to get burned on my lifetime GS subscription. Thank you so much, Port Blower. It's okay, dude. We won't get burned on them in the long run because it'll be worth it. Because, like, you guys, don't forget, like, when we have new features, you guys are going to get them first before they're released publicly to, like, bug test them and help us with, like, implementation and all of that. And so there's always going to be, as long as you guys are beta subscribers, we're going to kind of expect more of your feedback. And over time, I think that helps mitigate the loss substantially. I was thinking about adding a beta only function, turns the gamma curve highlight to an actual meatball, but only for beta users. Oh, that's mean. I like it. I gotta give them Easter eggs. That's fair. They pay for the app. The beta's closed, yeah. And so you could buy for Lily. I don't know. Didn't we look at it on like the weekend stream? I didn't like the setup on it at all. Yeah, yeah, it still looks like kind of like dog shit. sold off hard as fuck yesterday. There was news on it. Oh, they're trying to pause drug price negotiations with the Biden administration. If you can implement the meatball and gamma strike, I can Ender's game my toddler into becoming the best trader alive. Oop, we're back above 28. That's bullish. Did you see 59.50? Somebody's going ham. I see that a lot of the short puts closed, though. Looks like a lot of short calls coming in now. I feel like pharma is too politically exposed currently until we have like some idea of the new administration. Like pharma and defense are gonna have like just a shitload of risk associated with them. Did you buy puts? No. Probably not bullish for any of them because when they spin them off, they're probably gonna spin dead off with them. Maybe bullish for Intel itself in that case. Retesting the cards? Well, since our low test, someone has sold about 4,300 of the 59.50 put. So seems like that's where things are going to be headed. Most of the 59.50 long puts have closed. So I would say if we get above 35 here, things are going to get fairly bullish. Like 35 to 40, and then there's some resistance at 45, but then 45 to 50, pretty easy to cross over. I'm getting a lot of vol shorting. They're selling deep in the money puts. It's usually pretty bullish. Port's up 140% in the last week. Thanks for all you do. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Dude, everyone's like starting to kill it. Are you guys finally getting good at this? Or am I just giving you too much information? No, I'm not. Don't jinx us. It started with Fubo last week, yeah. Coincidence with GS data and users? Maybe. Only the successful ones come forward. Can Upstart goodbye? Looked like it was kind of taken off this morning. I don't know. I mean, like, what do you mean, like buy and hold? I don't think so. I think rates are gonna get tighter. But if you're just trading it, yeah, it's got some range. The breakout above 63 puts gamma on the chain positive. Um, there's a little bit of resistance at 65. A lot of resistance at 70. There may be like 65 to 67.50. Still a little bit of upside room. What was DN at? DN's at like so. It actually rejected off of gamma neutral in the intraday today. Gamma neutral is 63.84. So a bit more bullish about 68.384, but not a lot of interest to the upside from there. Like 65, 67, I would say is probably the like local high. But it could pick up more options interest. What do you think of DJT? I mean, I don't like playing it because it has no actual value. But it's picked up quite a lot of delta and gamma over the last week. Breakout of 40, maybe like 42. Above 42, it could hit 45. Then things kind of drop off above 45 pretty hard. It might just run with like the inauguration, but 40's pretty supportive. And it's holding above 40 today. How high is vol on it right now? Yeah, I'd say that like the max upside range would be somewhere around like 50, 52, 53. With resistance 45 and 50. You know, IV30 is really not that high on it right now. So yeah, it seems like there's plenty of room for IV to keep moving up. Not high compared to the historic. Because IV on that's been fucking crazy before. Bug fixes from yesterday's feedback are going out to prod. Oh, fuck yeah. Awesome. Let me know when it's updated. Range down? This is support. 30s. 30 and 25 are still supportive. If we slip 25, back to like 16, probably. It's a vertical, selling a call and buying a call, or selling a put and buying a put. The more days in a row I make money from trading than my job, the less interested I am in my job. Yeah. What did you expect? Three bugs squashed, it's out. Awesome. Increase range on live GSX. Remove blur from options macro. Fixed live GSX skipping strikes on hover. Cool. The more days in a row I lose money from trading, the more I think God, I have a nice job. Who are your top 5 Dans? Do we have 5 Dans left? We need a Dan roll call. Yeah, I know you're here. You have in the money put credit spreads. Are you that bullish? Um, the risk reward is really nice. I only have There's only one Jeff on my list of awesome Jeffs. And it's not with a GEO. He's gonna lose like $300 if they just don't print. I'd like to lose $500, but they're not filling. I was hoping we'd fill that gap and I'd get the $4 fill. Been busy. What's this notification in the Discord for GS? Is it the public page? It's the new beta page. It's the new front end. Good thing I never figured out how to paper hand this membership, huh? Reek here, good sir. Let me know if you need any help. You can DM me. But you should be able to log into it the same as the old one. I'm not sure if I count. I don't talk much. You're in there, though. I mean, there's the OG Dan, the first of the Dans. He's, of course, got to be near the top of the list. There's Trash Dan. Um, and then, for third place in the Dans, I've got to go with the Throat Goat. I know he's been gone a long time, but he's never forgotten. No, not Darth. God, what was his name? Holy shit, I think I forgot. The guy who would, chug bottles of whiskey. No, not Darth. The other one. Darth started chugging bottles of shitty gas station wine way later. Was it Danimal? No, it wasn't Danimal. No, not Lieutenant Dan. God, I'm gonna have to go so far back in the Pigeon Wheel chat. Swatty75, welcome to Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. Yeah, Carl used to chug hard too. I've just gotta go back years. God, we've been through so much shit. Hmm. I'll figure it out. Oh my god, remember Sean Dan? Ramrod. Danrod. It was fucking Danrod. Danrod was the OG throat goat. It was worth it. You can never let Danrod's memory be forgotten. We have been through a lot. Remember when you and I had to drive to Colorado in a dog van to deliver that briefcase? Good times. Rip Petey. Did you just interject us into the plot of Dumb and Dumber? Does Han know about the secret SPX channel or that she's been usurped? I don't know. She definitely knows about the SPX channel. Whatever happened to what's her face that was a mod and used to chug all the time and sip for glorp? That was Han. Han's still around. She went back to school though. And finally stopped donating all of her income to me. Which I think was healthy and the right choice. I just read yesterday that Jeff Daniels only made 50K for that movie. Jim Carrey made 7 million. What? Really? Well, we're in the way back. What's my old Discord? I don't know. I hope she sold her GME at 75. I think she was out way before that. I don't remember though. The most genuine and sweet Pi-Fi has ever been on the stream was when he'd tell Han to stop donating her money to him. Gorg. I have a dead hedge that expires today at 59.70. I can't close it because I'm out of day trades. What are the chances that we close there? Low? Pretty low. I think you know that. It doesn't matter. We can't close it anyway, so why worry? Like, I mean, you can't close it anyway, so why worry about it? There's retail sales tomorrow. Can you not open a spread against the long call? Yeah, can't you turn it into like a butterfly or something to make it cheaper? Or at least lower the loss? I'm daydreaming of the money I'm gonna make. 50 is not impossible, but or 70 is not impossible, but we'd have to get above 50 pretty quick. 50 the upside target here? I think so, yeah. We're up to like 3,800 puts sold at 59.50 right now. There's 4,000 sold calls there, though. I don't know how that's going to turn out. It already is a butterfly. Oh, then what do you, like, out of the money butter? What do you give a shit? What's your, like, max loss on it? Fucking 8% or something? Or did you buy it earlier today when it was more money? Are you saying that you didn't want her sweet, sweet liquidity? No, I didn't like hand that way. I save all my liquidity releases for you, Grim, too. Tout. No, okay. Yeah, you're fine. You guys are so romantic in here. I know. Don't worry, we can get supplemental liquidity from the store. I need to really go back through the Pigeon Whale chat and find out all the people that have dropped Pigeon Whale that haven't been appropriately shamed. That's what I'll do with the rest of my day. It does sound important. Wait, didn't you just rejoin Pigeon Whale the other day? Why would you get shamed? That doesn't even make sense. You should retest Dork to write a program that's automatic, like programmatic shaming. You can't fool me, Kiko. Like, I don't know. We inch ever closer to real culthood. Keep going. I am actually worried that if, like, at some point a majority of people become profitable, this would actually just become a cult. Hi, it's me. Sorry, but you're still immensely ruggedly handsome, and I'm still trying to come up with songs and PFP, etc. to make up for it. It's okay, Baradactyl. As long as the Gherks are well fed, that's all I care about. It's not a cult, it's even in the song. Nootropics? Ever take them? No. Caffeine. Well, actually, I mean, nicotine's technically a nootropic, so sure. Lots of caffeine and nicotine. Actual Dan, what's up, dude? You don't have to worry about us becoming profitable. Thank God. I don't want a private jet. I haven't eaten in like 3 days, and I'm still fat. I mean, if everyone's worth $1 million, I guess we could try to file for like a 503c. I had to pull my play port money, but it's growing again, so I'll be long until I can re-pigeon whale. Your spot's waiting for you, don't worry. If I private jets, I'll take a Blackhawk. Helicopters are dangerous. I'm not sure any of you are young enough to be a blood boy. Where do I apply for cult membership? You're already there, Frank. Kobe? Too soon? Probably not. What happens to Beyond if it gets over $4? It has to get above $5. That's the sign of a good cult. You don't notice when you've been indoctrinated into it. Why not get the best of both worlds and pick up a V-22 Osprey? Because then you have a prop plane. It's not the best of both worlds. It's the best of one world and the slightly worse version of the other. It happens after $5. It can run a bunch, but the vol on it would probably get shorted down really fast. So, like a possible spike in price. I vote for a cult compound in Montana. I don't like Montana. There's nothing there except fucking cows. I wonder if 50c3 would get us out of the New York City taxes. You mentioned earlier about learning options pricing and where the advantage lies for market makers. Are there other sources besides your recommended leading list to read about these? Yeah, you could start getting into like academic papers on the subjects. That would be really the next step. Did you read options and volatility pricing already? That's offensive, Gherk. Okay, Danimal. Wait, is that because you live in Montana? I think they do more than that with the cows. Probably. The man to cow ratio is far greater than the man to woman ratio. Keep perpetuating the myth that nothing is in Montana. Gestures broadly at some of the most beautiful national parks in the world. Yeah, that are full of nothing. I'm not into skiing. Animal doesn't look like a steer. Give me one second, guys. Swear if Malibu empties into Montana, I'm gonna fortify my property. Why would someone want to go from living in an ocean, like multi-million dollar oceanside mansion to living in fucking Montana? They'll just rebuild the mansion. We're getting flooded with California. It's terrible. There's like 20,000 people in the whole state. How bad could it be? Already sold the idiot trade. Ooh, that's a good olive. What about second idiot trade? Same thing. There's 38 resistance. There's synthetic shorts at 40 and 45. But there's also now 3,700 puts sold at 59.50. Those just seem to be increasing. You don't think bulls will be able to juice it over 50 end of day? What do you think this is? Bull-arish debit spread. It's a credit spread. Oh man, these Whole Food olives taste like shit. Garbage. A tip for the market maker: don't tell people you're supposed to do that. There's a cap on insurance premiums, so a lot of insurers won't do business in Cali. I'm just having a sandwich, but having some of these olives from Whole Foods, and they're disgusting. I got like a variety pack of them. What's the opposite of scurvy? Like a vitamin C overdose? You would have to eat like 11,000 or 12,000 milligrams of vitamin C per kilogram of body weight. I sold 10 credit spreads 2 days ago. One HTA. And man, that green peen the last 5 minutes got me. Hmm. What did you say per every 2.2 pounds? We're in the US, man. Because I'm already using milligrams. I'm going to use ounces? What is it, like a grain? I don't even remember what the milligram conversion is for imperial. No, one of the pigeon whales said that they like 130% of their port so far this year and made back all their losses from last year since getting GS. People are still hype nuke, but there's only like 100 of them. So much regret. Then we need to release a new feature or product every day. Was there a GS Discord channel? Yeah, it's in the pigeon whale room. It seems like Japan's getting more confident in raising their rates, but their CPI report comes out right before the decision. Gotta stay nagged so I never leave. One milligram is 35 micro ounces. Or 0.015 grains. Is being a pigeon whale the only way to use GS? No. Being a pigeon whale 6 months ago was the only way to use GS. But we're gonna do like a soft launch pretty soon. And then it's gonna go public after that. Yeah, you would have to have like half an ounce of raw vitamin C. Or well, that's the LD50. So that's what would kill a rat per kilogram of body weight. So if you have a 2.2 pound rat, you can kill it with half an ounce of vitamin C. Citric acid. You guys were lying entirely on word of mouth to pick up public non-pickle jar users. No, we'll mark it. You can still redeem your beta ticket for GS, Reg Polopotamus. However, if you have any issues with the sign up, let me know, because I may have to walk you through some of it. Probably shouldn't, but that link is super old, so you may need a new one. Why are beta access tokens non-transferable? Because we don't want to sell the service to people at a loss? I don't. You think you could get SPX to 6,000 before the end of the day to pay for my grandma strike? What do you need to pay for the next 10 years? What price will Gamma Strike IPO at? Hmm. Whose bags are we buying? Dorks. Definitely dorks. Why would I want to invite the public into my super awesome cool company? Will Gamma Strike make people less bearish? I fucking hope so. What will come first, Gamma Strike's IPO or the launch? It depends on how many AI tools we can implement. He was waiting for Goldman Sachs to go out of business to pick up the ticker. CrowdStrike? Give me a sec. Pull it up. Yeah, above 60 looks pretty good out to like... let me look at the near term. Little resistance at 62.50. And then like 65 to 70. Most of that upside is getting driven by short dated calls, but yeah, it's got room to keep going up from there. I would say 70 is probably the next major level. There's a little bit of resistance at 62.50. I'm not even going to read that comment, Dago. That would just hurt Nuke. Yes, I saw the CAC. Do you sell VIX puts? No. One second. How do you know when to stop trading for the day? And it helps to like set like a goal. Why not offer 0.1% ownership of GS divided into 1,000,000 shares and sell those shares to the pickle jar so you can finally say we invested in something that makes money? It seems too cheap. I'd buy enough for a controlling board seat. I'll listen to offers greater than 500 million. Woo! Proof above. I see it. I see C-Mail. Do you want me to screenshot that for you? For later? It's in your DMs. Yes, please. I need it. I think this is how I'm going to trade the market every day from now on. I'm just going to sell deep in the money credit spreads. And then that's it. Hmm. You ghosted my play? I don't know. Did I? Holy shit, these are delicious. It's a pecan cluster. Pecan. Did you say 59.50 is deep in the money? It was when I sold it. Which was like back here. I don't know if I would consider a 4 to 6 flat on Fubo. It's like a 50% price increase. Philly Mike used to be a pigeon whale too. You say pecan, I say pecan. Okay. If I upgrade, can I get Gamma Strike? No. I don't want your money, Janimal. I want your loyalty. I already have money. It's definitely taking the place of GME in terms of excitement. Oh, giddy. That's what I love to hear. GME still looks kind of lame. Wonder if it's going to go back down to 17. I mean, yeah, because I've been here over 2 years and I'm going nowhere unless timed out again. Timed out on the YouTube or in the Discord. Who was it that I timed out last time and they were like, I'm leaving? I don't remember. You're just trying to bait Carl. I report every financial streamer that comes up on YouTube recommended. Thanks, LOL. How's your wife doing, Balani? I wonder if the deal will go through all the way or not. It'd be kind of cool if it didn't. And then you get $500 million and no dilution. Art of the deal. Yeah, hold on. Let me dig into Fubo for that guy. All right, so I mean, it kind of looks like $3 is sort of a floor on Fubo. Um, Gamma moves up pretty steadily to the upside till around 657. That seems to be the top of its like local range. Historic vol is super blown out right now. But I guess my biggest problem is IV's still kind of coming down a bit from the run up. At least on the 30-day. Yeah, on the 10. And the 60. The 90-day IV is staying pretty high. There's going to be a lot of profit taking on it. There's been people who have been holding it for like years at like $1. So I feel like it kind of makes sense that we're going to see some. We're going to see probably a lot more chop, at least until there's like news or something. But it bounced off of the Gamma Max test yesterday, and I would expect that over time, Gamma Max is probably going to move up, just given the new strikes open on the chain and where short vol is going to be incentivized to sell. Things are normalizing a bit. Like total delta is back to. Oh, that's weird. Found a bug. Looks like there's a decent number of puts being sold at 4. A little bit at 450. Things are starting to like, but things are starting to like settle between like 350 and 450. I think most of the 5 calls are sold. And then after this Friday's expiration, we should start to see the delta on the chain shift more. Side effects have kicked in a bit, but we're in good spirits. Thanks for asking. I'm glad to hear it, man. there any new books you'd recommend to prep for using GS to its full utility, besides the ones you recommended in the wiki? I'm not sure if options and volatility pricing is in the wiki, but that's a good one. If it is, then just ignore it. Yeah, it's already in there. But otherwise, yeah, that one. It's not. Yeah, no problem. It's on the Discord book list. Is it Vega puts time? Oh god, no. Fucking VIX 3 month is at like 18 right now. I wonder if FUBO will get another push up off of this consolidation. It's gotten pretty illiquid the last few days. Hmm. The book has a lot of math in it. Yep. Yeah, it does. I think it's pretty good at explaining the math it has in it, though. Mm, 45 is like a bit of resistance. Not much. Mostly 50. I don't really think the resistance at 45 is that important. Quite a lot of call premium today. Yeah. 40 and 45 are both like net synth short. So I would say the 50 resistance is what really matters here. These could be a little tricky as if we fall back below them, they become more bearish. But as long as we stay above 45, they should act as support. It's in the general chat, like the Poor's general chat, and it's in a thread. How could you fucking do this to me, Nick? Was Jorg actually a fan of Taco Bell, or is he just trolling? No, he's a huge fan of Taco Bell. I've managed to negotiate his entire salary down to 2.5 quesadillas a year. Does it look like Fubo could drop lower with all the options falling off of the chain? Well, a lot of those like in the money long calls are going to exercise. They're probably going to reposition. So I would say that it's more likely that Delta just starts to concentrate between like 350 and 450. Yeah, the test of 50 is important. We probably won't break through it right away because we don't have a lot of sold calls up here. Or sold puts. There's in the money sold puts. There's quite a lot of those, but there's not a lot of puts being sold near the money. Like the closest strike that's really getting levered up to the downside is still 25. Which means that yeah, any kind of strong rejection could pull back pretty hard. I think the half quesadilla is so nice of you. I know you're stretched thin. Thanks. Overpaid? Have they just added to the dispersion trade? No, I think dispersion's been pulling back largely for the last couple of weeks. Taking an SPX strangle for tomorrow on low VIX. So expect dead flat overnight. Valid. Beyond's looking good. It's doing alright. IWM's up a lot today, so it's hard to tell if it's actually Beyond. But yeah, it looked good earlier today too. It's back above 4. One of my synthetic longs is now in the money. Woo! Although back above 5 would be nice. Double bottom on the 4-hour or the daily. How are bank earnings looking so far this week? Decent. Yeah, it was part of the pump today. Was that bank interest income is up, but it should be. I mean, bank earnings will look fine until they have to start to sell their hold to maturity shit. I don't expect banks to have like bad earnings. I want everything to be perfectly fine, and then it won't be. What does Buffett say? A bull market's like sex. It feels best just before it ends. It's kind of like a real business. How does Cyrillic technically? I haven't looked at it in a long time. Looks okay. I think it's a bit below Buffett's last buy-in price. They have a huge moat. And the merger is out of the way now, so that's kind of nice, I guess. But I think he's just parking money there to get a 5% yield, to be honest. I'm sure he feels like there could be some price appreciation. Dividend and satellites?
Probably because there's no competitor. Not really. Buffett loves moats. Also, he's probably not the one buying it. It's probably one of his managers or something. But yeah, I mean 5% solid. I think globally, AM and FM markets have been shrinking for like quite some time, but they still make like it's still like a multi-billion dollar a year industry. And Sirius is bigger than both of those combined. Like their revenues are like 4x the AM FM radio markets. Satellite radio is only, well, cell phones only work when you have cell phone service, which you don't have everywhere. Where does all the revenue come from? Auto manufacturers. That install it in people's cars and then don't tell them that they're going to start charging them in 6 months. More index sensitive. I don't think Tesla cares about. I mean, it cares about retail sales a little bit, but not that much. How does the sound get from space to the cars? Magnets? Radio waves? Lasers? Space lasers? Exactly. Gherkin, my tip's getting itchy. Thanks for sharing. It's not lasers. Those are for controlling the weather. Yeah, and listening to Shade 41 too. I don't know the name of the radio station. No problem, Frank. Good job, man. Shade 45. Sure. There you go. I've never listened to Sirius XM, so I don't know. Is Howard Stern still on there doing audio porn for boomers? Oh, you. Uh-oh. What's up? Hamas and Israel reached a ceasefire. That totally means moon time, right? Sure.
Papa Booey.
I used to have a bus driver in middle school that listened to Howard Stern in the morning with children on the bus. Really loudly. And he laughed at everything they said. Whatever happened to that fat Republican guy? Did he die yet? It's like their 7th ceasefire now. Russia's dead? Okay. Ha ha ha, butt queef. That was the typical bus experience. Rush and McConnell are like the last of that generation of Republicans. The ones that believed in, guns and corporatism. All the new Republicans are hippies. Like, don't touch me with your seed oils. I want to live in the woods. Lindsey Graham is still alive? Oh, shit. You should run. No way that's a real thing. It is. My kind of peeps. They're worried about dyes in their Mountain Dew. I wonder if we could call them like the Whole Food Republicans. It's gonna be Graham versus... I don't know how to pronounce that. And the GOP will be like, I'd never vote for Pete. He's gay. Is he gay? $500 Pendleton blankets. I was making a joke about crystal radios, but I don't know if it landed. I kinda got it. Red number 3 is the best tasting color, and they're banning it? Unreal. Those $500 blankets are helping to fuel my local economy. Ooh, vol short. Let's go. How is old Cocaine Mitch? Is he just in a coma now? I feel like he did that interview that one day and he froze, and he's just been like that ever since. And I assume they just wheel him around on like one of those little hand trucks. Full weekend at Bernie's. Nice. I mean, as long as he's still doing what he does best, which is nothing, then he's towing the party line. What happened to the comatose lady they were wheeling around? Did she die? I don't know. There's another politician who was in a dementia care facility for months. And the first day back in legislative session, she slipped and fell. She broke her hip. Feinstein. She's dead. Huh. Wonder if any other governments have this problem. Wasn't there like a congresswoman that was missing for like 6 months? Popert. She wasn't missing. She was just jerking people off at high school musicals. That's the one that's in hospice? Oh, okay. What's a good age limit on Congress, folks? I don't know. Just like there's no age limit because not everybody goes through cognitive decline at the same rate. So I mean, you would just have to give them tests every year or something. Wilbur was recently in a MAGA rap video. That's as bad as it sounds. I saw MTG doing the rounds in the display cages for the July 6th insurrectionists. We really made that was a big failure on the US's part. How we handled that. That's one of those times when government needs like not from like a party line, right? Like I don't care about the politics behind it, but to maintain your power as a central government, you have to stomp on insurrection unmercifully. They should have just like hung them all in the streets Yeah, like public executions for sedition on the spot. Because otherwise you're just telling everybody, oh, we're not gonna like really do anything if you revolt. Like no matter what government, no matter what party, you lose a lot of power if you don't do something about something like that. It was just a peaceful protest. Then it should have stayed outside government property. No, it's not. You can overthrow a government without weapons. Very rare. Some even wore furry gear. It's true. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about your political feelings about it. The appropriate path for a central government would have been to execute everybody involved. The pipe bombs MTG planted were weapons. That was just her dildo collection. Even if you have government agents in there, yes. Do you think if there's an insurrection, government agents aren't involved? They usually almost exclusively are involved. Especially the government agents. How many constitutes a collection? I don't know. Texas Representative Kay Granger missed 6 months of White House key House votes. That's fucking amazing. Stop while I'm behind what? Oh, good. Look, we've got a moron. You know what I'd love to see here? Here's a challenge for you. Define an insurrection or coup in a way that invalidates what happened on Jan 6th as an insurrection or a coup. I want to see you mentally wrap your fucking head around that. Let's go. Go grab a dictionary. See how much you can twist it. You're already doing a great job of it. No? Insurrection is defined by federal law as an act intended to overthrow, disrupt, or challenge the authority of the United States. Was it not disruptive? Cognitive dissonance, the most powerful force in the universe. Yeah. I just got hit with an ad when you started talking, so I missed that. You can rewind. All right. Aren't you infuriated that he's gotten away with this? Who? Trump? I don't give a shit. I'm a white man. I don't really have anything to worry about, I don't think. I mean, I care about other people, but I don't really have any political leaning one way or another. I once made a coup, but it turns out I meant to make a soup. Now I run Guatemala. $99.50, here we come? That seems a bit ambitious. You think that person was actually in a care facility or just spent 5 months in Cabo and the dementia was an excuse? Hmm. I had a bunch of work calls in the afternoon. Nice. Well, you're here now. How's Carvana looking for some weeklies? More bullish than it looked this morning? When I said it looked bullish. Tesla over 420? Yeah. Out to like 427.50, and then it runs into a little bit of resistance. Is this going to run to all-time highs? I don't think that's a risk right now. We haven't even tested like gamma neutral on the weekly contracts. That's up at like 59.67. So I mean right now this is very much still just a bear rally. Have you looked at the chart? Like this doesn't look great. We got a long way to go before this gets bullish again. When does a JP 10-year get spicy? Probably into the end of this week. I want to see when fucking carry leverage actually starts to pull back. It pulled back a little bit today, but not enough. It's still crazy high. One annoying thing is that the live data keeps updating to the side of the screen. Oh, and you have to move it. Yeah, we could have it like lock spot somewhere. I'll ask them about that. That shouldn't be hard to fix. Auto format or manual control? Both. Fuck nah. um So usually on price charts, if you double click the sidebar, it'll auto scale it, and then you can unselect it. By moving the sidebar, and that unlocks it. And then people complain that it's moving for them. Well, you could have both. Classic sales attitude. That shouldn't be hard to fix as Dev's head explodes. I don't know. Is it really difficult? If it is, they can just move the chart over. I need some milk and cigarettes from the corner store. No, beta's not open to billionaires yet. Just not good use of time. All right. We'll just make a note of it and stick it in a thread somewhere. Is there a way to make it auto recenter just the y-axis when the time reaches the far right extent or something? Probably, but we'll fuck with it later. That's definitely not a priority right now. Move the chart to the middle of your screen. You won't have that problem. Someone wants feature, add feature. Glorp hates space taken by feature, remove feature. Friendly reminder that Mr. Poopy Pants is my son, and as my son, I demand that he mow my fucking lawn, god damn it. Hey, Dork. I mean, we would just have to push above the 50 MA today, which isn't impossible. The descending trend on the daily is further up anyway. It's around like 50, 59.89, 6,000. Mine's at 59.70. It's wrong. Can you talk about the NFT marketplace and RC's plan to turn around GME? You still got that fever, Popcorn? I fucking what? Fucking what? You're giving out spankings and I missed it? Nobody was spanked. There was no spanking. Remember when you and Houston Wade had a thing? Yeah. He popped up on my feed yesterday crying about GME being down. He's gone. He's gone a different way than what he. You know, I didn't used to mind Houston because he was just like kind of like a guy that was like, I bought this fucking stock and I want to talk about it. I was just like, sure, you know, like. But then he started getting people into the whole like, what the fuck was that goddamn company that Rug Pull Eponymous blew up tons of money on? No, not Bobby. Oh yeah, he did get out. Like he's just followed the coattails of every fucking stock conspiracy. MMTLP. That's it. Yeah, and then he like turned his channel into like a political YouTube. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. He's like trying too hard to be an influencer. It's just weird. You know, all of the only one that did something decent, ironically, was the face paint guy. He just fucking quit. This craziest stock hole I've ever seen is FFIE. I didn't even know that stock had a cult. Has anyone ever got a Jiffy on WeBull? Yeah, I have. I think. What's the Scottish dude doing? Probably passionately yelling at stock charts. I don't fucking know. Can we fix the no spanking issue? It's not an issue, it's a feature, not a bug. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Doing that, it was two things that happened really close to each other that really knocked the bullishness out of me on GME. I mean, besides all of the data pointing at no kind of squeeze ever happening ever. It was like the co-stream with Cosmic Lightning, and then talking to who was that fucking super stonk mod, Butt Farm, like Butt Farm 69. Was that his name? I think it was. No, not Lauer. I sold at the top for the year. I sold in. No, not JSMAR. JSMAR's the one who posted the giant purple butthole on your Discord like 5 minutes after you were banned. Yeah. You mean the self-reported data? Oh, go fuck yourself. My only regret is that I can't get you banned twice. I love like seeing super stalkers who like think I was banned for some legitimate reason. My only regret is ever getting involved at all. Well, I don't regret that part. I made a lot of money on GME. That part was kind of awesome. What an insane candle. I'd like a few more of those. These are the perfect credit spreads to sell. And everything that I said would happen ended up happening. Like Ryan Cohen diluted more, DRS was fucking meaningless. And that's the only thing they all got butthurt about. They didn't even care about the options that much. It was just the fact that I was like, your DRSing is fucking stupid. My current prediction on GME was that it would go down, which it's doing. It's already fulfilling itself. Don't worry, you still live rent-free in their heads. Excellent. There's plenty of room, so you'd think they'd have space for me. We never got MOASS. I don't know. March of 2022 was pretty fucking awesome. I sat in the shadows and watched the great option war. Will there ever be another GME? Probably not to the same degree now. They changed a lot of the rules to prevent that from happening again. But we've had a few that have performed similarly. I mean, there was Bobby and Upstart and Bed Bath and Beyond. All of those did pretty crazy shit. Technically, Upstart's like a far better stock than GME to capture those exact same mechanics because it's way less liquid. You spoke the truth. There is a different motive going on. What I love now is like all of these like like the newest batch of like fucking super stock fucktard influencers are just copying all of my old DD, and they're like, this is how it is, and then people are just like salivating all over them. Like it's just like if you go to Superstock, it's like Rex codes and options and Superstock is still a thing. Yeah. Must be a new batch of bag holders with the 35 test, probably. Yeah, like that guy. The fucking just doesn't know what he's talking about, making shit up. Throwing DD into Chat GPT and having it translated. I should have sold more of these. Hmm. Did anybody else sell these? I should have held on to my 50 Cs. I sold the 40-45. Oh, okay. A little bit more risk on those. Not a lot more. Those were like, what, $1.50? They're bull credit spreads. They're bull put spreads. I sold them when we were back at like 59.25. I think we might get a 60 test. It looks like they're kind of trying to push for it, yeah. 50 should be a little bit supportive now. Might run into a little bit of resistance on EX as we get towards 6,000, but the next like upside level on ES, which is probably far more important, is like 604. So I think that's a reasonable, at least local target for the upside move. We might get some more above that. I don't think I care about that one. And then NQ's got a little more room to the upside too. I think the 21.5 test on NQ is particularly important. Yeah. Daniel, welcome back to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club later if you need help. But I think you already have your stuff linked up. You remember when we used to watch GME all day on the screen and nothing else? Remember when it was so volatile that we could? I don't know. We haven't even tested like gamma neutral yet. Gamma neutral's at 59.67. So that test will be really important. If we fail that, that's bearish as fuck. Lots of plays out there. Who knows what's going to happen, but it'll fun to play, watch, play out regardless. Remember when you just called out Jamie price action every 15 seconds because you were so bored? Yeah. I had to just stop watching GME because it was boring. And it was time that the pickle jar moved on to greater things. Like Revlon. Draw a triangle. Supersonic is still on the DRS train. Fucking morons. Bobby, BNAD. BNAD was sick. I mean, I know no one bought it, but it was fucking awesome. The returns on that were fucking insane. That was green for literally 15 seconds. You would have been way more green if you'd waited like a couple days. Lost on Rev, one on Bobby Upstart, now Fubo. Nice, man. I made profits on BNED, but I got greedy and held too long. I think the current price is still above where it was when we were buying it. Did that not just end up working out fine for you? I did discover BNED. I bought BNED, loved it, nice. I still own it. It's going up. Yeah, they've got a bunch of expansion plans. I will. I got my money. Yeah, same. I didn't exercise the rights either. What's the next 300% overnight play? I don't know. We'll see. UGI is up like a good fucking 50%. I don't know how many of you guys were in that, but that's been ripping lately. Do you think this rejects off delta neutral? I think we test it. I don't think we pushed all the way up here without at least that goal in mind. I'm in at 20 unadjusted. Nice. When AQN $9. Actually, how's AQN should be doing well today? Because the fucking yields dumped. Just fucking still flat at 430. Lame. Probably need the 10-year to go back below 4. I would say if the 10-year goes back below 4, AQN will probably push up pretty hard. Utilities in general probably will. What's underperforming today? Holy fuck, retail trade is doing terrible this month. Consumer services, consumer non-durables, health technology, health services, communication, industrial services, everything else is ripping. Still on UGI, nice. DVN's been doing good too, yeah. DN is like 59. DN is actually higher than GN right now. DN's 59.72. It's only like a $5 difference. Actually, about UGI shares in the wrong account. They're up over 30%. Nice. Your yield on cost is probably like 7% too. It's dividend day for AQN? Is it? I thought the dividend... Oh, the X dividend date's today, right? The payment date? The X dividend date was back in December. I want to compound so many shares today. Get that drip. I'm about to have 20K to trade. What do? Don't lose it. Heard that. Big ask there, G. I don't think so. So just use it on 2 to 3 DT SPX calls and puts for sure. What the fuck is SPZ? SPX? Jesus Christ. Maybe you shouldn't trade SPX. Alright, we got a little bit of profit taking there. Starting to get some sold puts, 60, 65. A little bit. Got another kind of like peak of gamma up there, so definitely resistance up at 60. But plenty of sold puts at 50 now in the money. I'm not really sure that a break of 60 takes us higher today, but it could. Maybe very end of day we could see above 60. Otherwise, they have to start selling a lot more puts here at spot. So we're gonna need like VIX back below 16 or something. Specs. Have you ever seen Willow? They weren't able to answer if the ticker AQN comes with foreign tax implications. I don't think it does. It's like NYSE listed. Remember how traders who have been around a while used to pronounce SPX? They still do. They still do say that. It's just cringy when you hear it. How's AQN down 50% in 5 years? Well, the rate environment and their debt, but mostly because they failed to secure an acquisition target. Hispanic slur? Yeah, yeah. Guys are getting all hot for Trump pump, but I'm well positioned for a Trump dump. Hashtag rug pull. I just want him to be on the toilet at like 3 a.m. and be like, after extensive talks with Putin today, I've decided that we're going to pull US support from NATO or something like that. And then, boom, there you go. There's your market crash. Oh, good God. Yeah. Trump doesn't use the toilet. Whatever. Has his colon emptied by an assistant. I don't know when he's tweeting. I imagine he just has like one of those hot oil baths like Baron Harkonnen during the diaper change. Remember Kafifi? Yeah. How do you think the market will respond if when he passes while in office? Well, then we get the couch fucker as president. I'm not long pizza. Ooh, what kind of toast? Are we gonna lose 50 before close? Are they building big support? There's already big support. There's like fucking 4,500 puts sold at that strike. I guess if profit got taken on the puts, that would be kind of bad. But yeah, I mean, it looks like 60 is the upside target here. 50 is pretty supportive. 60 and then 70, I think, is going to be kind of hard to get. I don't see that really working out. Like, if it did happen, it'd have to be very, very late in the day. Like, at the very end of the day, maybe. There's an awful lot of support at 50 to get rugged. Maybe, but unlikely. I think this is a big bull set support at 50. The rest is up to the small and medium bulls. I kind of agree. My crash hedge I have is 600k Viet Dongs. Don't look up the conversion. Better be careful. You should hide them in your basement like that Vietnamese businesswoman who embezzled billions. Charm's always there. It's just more pronounced in the last, like, as you get closer and closer to expiration. But given that the 50 strike is all sold calls and sold puts, the charm from that strike should be really supportive. We think we're moving up tomorrow too. I think it'll depend on retail sales. Retail sales is still a big component of this. That's why the reactions haven't been supremely confident to either PPI or CPI. Because no one's really sure what's driving, like what's driven the inflation down a little. And tomorrow's data will give us an idea of if that is, well, tomorrow's data and the end of week data for like manufacturing capacity and shit and production will give us an idea of if it's just a lack of demand or if it's actually, like, inflation cooling a bit on the core side. So I think tomorrow we get retail sales, import export prices, we get jobless claims. which analysts keep pricing up, but they keep going down. Yeah, Friday is all of our. Friday we get industrial production, manufacturing production, and capacity utilization. Have you ever searched over credit card names from YouTube or GS to see if Matt Kors or anyone like that's name was on one? No. Are you trying to tell me you're Matt Kors? Red Pull-Eponymous? Is that like your soft? Is that your soft delivery before you admit that you're trades? You weren't just his Subway cup. You were him. If so, how's the trucker life going? I can't believe this guy's made it to Fox News. I'm secretly J-Roll. I believe that. BTC is back at 99,000. I'm roaring lightning. I am actually Koala Hugger. I don't believe that. Mm-hmm. Take us to 6,000, and you can call me any trucker or trickster you want. We're not going to 6,000 today. It's ridiculous. Maybe 59.70. Maybe. And that's unlikely. BTC 100K. Finally, the watch parties can go home. I put spreads instead of straight calls, lower risk. I would have gotten stopped out of calls 50 different times on this move up. I wasn't going to get stopped out of the put spreads at all. So I just picked a target and sold them. Why not call spreads? Why take the debit? How many words per minute do you type? I don't know. It's probably pretty shitty, though. Webster Dictionary, Matt Kors, a bumbling idiot being dragged by the winds of life, encountering small gains in the form of other bumbling idiots known as subscribers. I can't believe he has subscribers after all this time. I remember one time he spent like 45 minutes trying to figure out how to buy an options contract. Are you gonna let this cash settle or what? I mean, ideally, that would be nice. Can confirm the put spreads would have been better. I mean, this was what 500 risk for 2,000 reward. So like 1 to 4. It's not bad. Or I could have bought an at the money call for $15 and gotten stopped out at a loss 6 times. I remember when you would show up to streams late, folks would go to a stream and ask if puts cost the same like shares. I know, I've seen the video. Japan's next week. Next FOMC, is that next week also? Oh wait, no, there's no Jan FOMC meeting. It's Feb. I don't know when in Feb. Mid-Feb somewhere probably. So I get surprised that you have subscribers. Core's leaned into what the crazy stalkers wanted, and you just kept telling us that we're dumb for liking cheesecakes or whatever. I'm not a good actor, Trash. I don't know what to say. Do you think BOJ raises rates? It seems more likely that they would. I caught the bottom of the 1153 at the 20C. It was cool. Stopped on the 40 reject, but entered again at 30. Okay. Impact of BOJ decision will be felt in U.S. markets next Friday, right? I mean, the impact would be felt immediately in U.S. markets. Wait, what's wrong with cheesecake? I don't know. Nothing. You don't have to be a good actor. We can only see a 2-inch slice of your face at any given time. Can you explain it or point me to where I can learn more about it? We talked about it a bit in the last roundtable. Basically, we're looking for stocks that have unique options positioning. So stocks that have fallen below delta or gamma neutral, or they've shot up above gamma max. Those are generally the kind of stocks that you're gonna find with that. And then, I mean, then you have to go look at the stock and make an assessment of whether it's worth trading or not. But it identifies unusual positioning levels. Stocks don't spend a lot of time above gamma max, and they don't generally spend a lot of time below gamma neutral. If Japan raises rates, as they have tried twice to tell people they will do, how will the carry trade levered folks not lose money? No, they will. I mean, it's effectively a Fed, like a leveraged Fed cut. So it's like if we got this inflation data and the Fed speakers were like, wow, this doesn't look cool enough. We're not going to cut rates, which is what they've been saying today. Except they just did cut rates anyway. Probably cheesecake is all I subsisted on for a month last January. All right, so the first thing to do with that $20,000 is maybe buy some food, Sisyphus. I have no idea how U.S. markets are going to react. We'll see. We'll see what leverage looks like by the end of this week. I mean, we could see carry trade leverage continue to fall off through the rest of the week. This is a really, I mean, if you look at the options macro, right? Like we're now over all of that put leverage where we're trading. So if bulls wanted to de-risk, like really de-risk, this would be a great opportunity to do that because we're like up here now. Ideally, they'd want to get further out of the money, like so de-risk safely. They'd want to be above gamma neutral, which would be like out here. But we're back over the crest of the hump, and put delta's falling off. See, where put delta's all the way has fallen all the way off, like right over here. That's where it would be best to de-risk. But de-risking here is a hell of a lot better than de-risking here, where you're going to drive put delta up very, very quickly. So I mean that could end up like rug pulling this. Fixie to the moon? I don't know about moon, but yeah, probably up. If they're going to buy back sold puts, this is a safer place to do it. It's not the safest place to do it. The safest place to do it would be above GN or above the collar. Above the collar, they could de-risk heavily with like almost no market impact. But above GN, they can de-risk and the MM will float them and provide them liquidity. So, oh, those charts are wild. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Do they have sold calls at risk? Yeah, those are more out of the money though. Like, yeah, I mean, we can go back to that. Same thing. There's not a ton of, there's not nearly as much call leverage, but like the sold calls really aren't at risk to like up here. But if you get both of those in the money, right, then the sold calls support the netting of reducing the put leverage. So, this is son of a bitch. Hold on. This is where you have like all that call leverage. And then the put leverage is mostly back here, or well, right here. And so if they can get it above the call leverage, they can de-risk, and this delta will be supportive, right? And so it'll keep the index from falling while they close all this out. However, if they don't get that in the money and they start to de-risk, price will start to move down because that put delta picks up to the downside really rapidly. So there's somewhere like right around this point or this point that's ideal, like 1.1 moneyness from yesterday's close, which we're fairly close to right now. We're not there yet, but fairly close. And look how much delta is coming off in like the next 5 days. Like almost $1 trillion in delta expires by like the end of this week. That's 61.45. Yeah, it's still very far out of the money. I've been using variations of these indicators for multiple years. No, we've only had that one for like a couple weeks. But, also yes. They're not mystical powers, they're just data analysis. If $1 trillion in delta exposure by end of week, then retail sells bad. Big red bars for 3 days, no. Yeah, I mean, if we're still below gamma neutral, like if we don't get above 67 or 72 end of day today, then retail sales could absolutely rip the floor out from under this. I think Trump getting into office on Monday might crash the market. Imagine becoming president the day after Opex. Rough. This next Monday, yeah. The day no market is trading. Tap 6K. Trump becomes president. Market explodes. I mean, he said he's issuing like, I don't remember the number, but like a fuck ton of executive orders the second he gets into office. A lot of which are going to be based on tariffs, which is going to fuck US trade and scare the shit out of everybody. Let me be clear, tariffs have never worked. You just drive people to trade with each other and you don't get to act as a middleman anymore. I don't think 5960 is absurd. I think 6,000 is. At least today. My copper only port will be happy? Probably, yeah. No one who paid the piper will have their business affected by tariffs. U.S. exceptionalism. It's gonna make groceries cheaper, man. Don't worry about it. Just take your kids to go swim in the Gulf of America. Or move to the great state of Canada. Petro water. That's how you get the big shrimp. Can you explain how the Mag 7 is an inflation hedge? They're multinationals, so they benefit from a stronger dollar to a certain point, and then it stops becoming an inflation hedge because the company itself is affected by inflation at a rate they can't pass through, and their margins collapse. So yeah, stocks are great to reduce your exposure to the currency and capture the move up in inflation up till a certain point, and then not anymore. It doesn't make sense for Todd to sell 5960 puts. I think it makes sense for Todd to close all the fucking puts he already sold before near term volatility expectations pick up again. They're not getting rid of the IRS. They've already backtracked on that shit so fast. Valuation doesn't matter right now. Everything's overvalued. Wow, almost. There's sectors that are cheap, but could be a long time till gains are realized from that. No, not de-risk. I don't think it would be smart to de-risk before end of day. I don't know what they'd want to de-risk. All the puts at 50 are sold. They're not going to close those. The out of the money shit? Why not just pump the market till they expire? It's far better. Then you don't have to de-risk anything, right? You just have to hold the market up until those options expire. I don't think anyone's underweight tech. I mean, maybe relative to their absurd fucking market caps, but other than that, no. Underweight and overexposed. Thoughts on Hal for earnings and beyond? I mean, they should benefit from any increased exploration. That's usually what they benefit from. So if we're gonna pull up our bootstraps and refill the SPR ourselves, that'd be great for Hal. My Dachshund grabbed a cardboard box and got stuck on his head, proudly marching it around. He just walked into a wall. That's awesome. Straight shot to 30? Yeah. 30's resistance. And then the options chain above that on Tesla kind of starts to break down. Do you see retail sales data could pull the rug tomorrow? Yeah, if retail sales are down a lot, today's drop in core inflation will be considered a drop in demand and not a drop in actual pricing. Why do you keep going on about 5960 puts? What's going on? What fucking position are you that underwater on? Just tell me the thing you want to know and stop trying to ask me in a really roundabout way. What if retail sales are good? Pumping to 60-30? 60-20, 60-30? Yeah, I could see that. Is it really 30 though? I don't know if it's really going to be 30. Maybe 60-20. 6,000 or 60-20. 6,000's still a big resistance. We're running out of like upside delta too. Like we had the bid to cover on these two big legs up, but like upside delta above 6,000 falls off really hard. Especially into Friday. I'm just fascinated because I feel like I'm learning. I'm not being cryptic. Okay. Selling pits here would help pump the price. I mean, that's what they're doing right now. Is they're trying to pump it up more. How nice would it be to have enough capital to prop up the whole market to save your position you left unattended because God forbid you close at a loss? I feel like if any of these banks ever close these positions, the losses, like the intra period drawdown, like if they had to take the max drawdown on these positions, they'd be fucked. They'd probably blow up. I mean, this is like all their money. Just leverage the tits trying to sell puts in order to offset their fucking hold to maturity losses. Especially with rates up. 5,500 end of next week. Is that too crazy of a down? That's pretty crazy. But I mean, that's it's an important level. That's where delta neutral is roughly. 5696 is a big technical level. No worries. Snorted an Adderall. My bad. Sold puts are just responsible for all the things that you think calls are responsible for. That's all. All our money? Yeah, in quotes, though. You gave it to them. Banks still too big to fail. Government too small to bail them out. I think is a bigger concern. JPM can't eat all the banks. They're not that big. Their balance sheet isn't that good. It's fine. It's just not that great. Well, they got 60. Yep. And with like 34 minutes to spare. I greatly regret not diamond handing calls. I gave the clearest signal of my price target that I think I feasibly could have. I literally sold 55 puts. Selling a put $20 and there was $30 in the money. Not strong enough signal. With very little at risk. Yeah, that's just smart. I'm always bored. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, 390% on risk. It's pretty good. It's like 4x. Well, provided we close above 55. Can I review a pallet of 15 milligram Zins in case you don't want to smoke anymore? Gross. Those things make me sick. Are you today's Todd? Maybe. Arguably, you didn't do the trades for us on our accounts. $4x on $1 is a $3 gain. Yeah, that's what it is currently. It'll be almost a $4 gain. If we close about 55. Check out that Tesla resistance. It's almost like you called it earlier. I did. And yesterday. What are you looking at for your overnight tonight? I don't know. Just probably set us. I don't know if I want to set a straddle here. Yeah, I probably will. Probably just set a straddle for retail sales and see what happens tomorrow. Retail sales is expected to be bad. It's just that if it's worse than expected. How far till expiration? I'll probably just get like the Friday AM or something. I think they're still like overpriced, so like, They're not too bad. Yeah, these aren't too bad. 13%. Heavy for the Monday expiry is like 11%. Really? Wait, isn't the market closed on Monday? Tuesday? Hmm. It's actually not too bad. It's a little more than I want. I don't want 6 DT. It's too much. Maybe tomorrow's straddle. I'll go out that far. But yeah, today I'll probably just do the AM. Maybe it's time for more tech calls. Ooh, look at my TQQQ indicator. Could be. Looks kind of dangerous right now still. Yeah, I think it's still a little dangerous before retail sells. But I'd probably go long TQQQ if it went, maybe back above. Maybe back above like 85. Well, 84. Or at least if I was going to buy some theta on it, I'd wait a bit longer. It just hit the resistance I called out earlier. There's resistance at 30, 27.50. It's there right now. Breakout here. Next resistance to the upside would be like 450. What are the chances my Fubo 5C weeklies print? Pretty low. That's why they're so cheap. Will you acknowledge Canadians when they join the US? Of course. Are you toe rigging that spread? Possibly. Hmm. 15 minutes of expiry thoughts. I don't really know if I have any. Doesn't look like there's any like really bullish positioning coming in for tomorrow around here. And there's some short puts coming in at 60, 65. So they may try to, push one more strike or two more strikes to the upside before end of day. Futures is getting a little bit of a sell-off here. Vol's picking up, so we're getting some de-risking. But 50 is still very supportive. Yeah, no problem, Hayward. Thanks for following along, dude. I hope Canadians will be second-class citizens when part of the U.S. They would just be U.S. citizens. You want to know something super shallow? Give it to me. Can we get above 60? It's not exactly easy right now. But yeah, we could. That means it's broken out to the downside. It's, yeah, part of that needs to be edited. The labeling. We kind of talked about that last week at the roundtable. Like, these need to be renamed. But those are essentially like breakdowns. Bearish reversals. Hive? I don't really know anything about it. I can take a look. Ugh, gross. It's just like a big vol short. Their earnings aren't terrible. Their margins are generally mediocre. What do they do? Digital currency and blockchain. Just like another miner. Canadian mining, Bitcoin mining company. I don't know. Given Bitcoin's performance, you'd expect they'd be up a lot more than they are. Doesn't look that attractive to me. They kind of barely make a profit. Their books aren't as bad as a lot of the other miners. But they're trading at a much lower multiple. Their cash flows are really bad. really get into the Bitcoin stuff. It seems to be what they're focused on. A lot of power came from hydroelectric. Okay. Well, that would explain why they're not performing as well as the BTC miners, because they're mining F, and F is still fucking worthless. I mean, Tesla's at resistance. It doesn't mean it can't go higher. If retail sales is good tomorrow, I'd expect tech to surge back pretty hard. Yeah, no problem, man. Harper looks really bullish. It's had a okay day. It's been doing pretty well. I finally used my $100 Amazon gift card from 2 years ago. Retail sales should be good. I spent like $4 grand on Christmas. Something like that. 3 or 4 grand. What I don't like here is we're definitely getting some in the money profit taking. There's some bot puts at 55 now. $14 left. Yeah, they're starting to lever up right under 50. Like the 40, 45 strikes are picking up a lot of interest. So charm should be slightly in the bull's favor here into close. Hmm. NQ looks a little weak. Left an upside gap there. They'll need to sell. They'll need to sell some more puts, probably at 50 or 55 or 60. Yeah, 60 wouldn't be too bad. I've been selling hella drugs. Sales will be up. Prime Day was a while ago, though. Well, that doesn't. I mean, inflation's also high, so it doesn't mean they necessarily sold more stuff. They just sold it for more money. Yeah, retail sales is in the pre-market. There's a bit of a bounce. No? Hmm. Six or 9 minutes to go. Hmm. Hmm. 356. Still like 3,100 sold puts at the 50 strike. Two gaps, 47, 56. 2 minutes left. Save your spreads. I don't know if I want to. There's the vol short, but is there enough time? Ding ding. I might want that money. Yeah. All right. So, bit more than the market makers expected move today. We pushed up another 40 points after pulling back to it and gaining a little stability around 59.18 in the middle of the day. I think pricing for tomorrow for retail sales is still quite high. Looks like we're well positioned to move up into like gamma neutral, delta neutral tomorrow. But the rejection at 6,000 ES into the end of the day is probably not the most bullish thing. If we see this drift down below like 59.80 overnight, that's going to be pretty bad. Dollar moved back up and then down again today. It had gone positive at one point, but ended the day down. Yields down quite hard across the board, especially the 5 and 10 year, with the slightly lower core inflation numbers. Commodities still marching upwards, so it doesn't appear that a lot's changing there. Manufacturing, metals, and precious metals both moving up. Gold moving up with the drop in the dollar. And oil up 3.87% today, despite supposed Israel-Hamas ceasefires. Core 1 and 3 month ground down today, but didn't break through to like any like really significant new levels. It does look like we're pretty well set up for correlation to keep moving down over the next couple of days. But retail sales could very quickly upend that tomorrow morning. Carry trade leverage fell off a bit with a rise in yen against the dollar. Forward yield on volatility moved very steeply negative from yesterday's positive close to negative 6.63%. So we are seeing a big drop in volatility. VIX down almost 14% today. Leverage on the short end of the carry also fell off, not quite as much. But overall, I mean, leverage on the carry is still very close to all-time highs. We should see more of that fall off into next week, but pulling that leverage back will also mean pulling puts back and could drive volatility back up again. Bond vol still over 100. It did drop a little, but probably picked back up. Well, it was kind of flat yesterday. We'll probably pick back up again today. Not correlated with the move down in 3-month correlation. We'll probably see 3-month correlation catch back up to bond vol if bonds continue to fall. Skew pulled back a little bit today, but it didn't seem to matter. So yesterday it looks like some of the short put position got shaken out, but I'm sure that's moved back up very sharply today. 43.93% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. That breadth still coming in. Dow and Russell still performing really well, but NQ and ES caught up after today's price action. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX is still quite high. It rose another 5% today. There's still a lot of stress on the short vol trade here. And if any news disrupts it, it's going to be in an extremely risky position, especially with gamma and delta still being negative on the SPX. We can see correlation sync up really quick and possibly see a big move up in correlation, which would be a very big spike in VIX. Fed fund futures not really moving much. Not surprisingly, most of the Fed speakers were still pretty hawkish about continued rate cuts, and we're still pricing in less than one rate cut for June of 2025. This did pull back a little bit. I think it was above 40 yesterday. Today it's at 38.3, so a little bit of a pullback in the bear steepener, but not much of one. So I mean, the inflation data still wasn't cool. It was definitely mixed. On the technical side, we moved up. We tested the 50 MA, but we failed to break above it into today's close. The rejection on the 50 MA could continue out into tomorrow, and a rejection that then failed the 30 MA again would be pretty bearish and probably mark the start of another leg to the downside. So be cautious of this still turning into a bear rally. We haven't really broken up above any levels where I would say that we have a bull signal just yet. Ideally getting back above gamma neutral out here on the SPX chain, so around like 6018, 6020. That's where I'd kind of expect us to get be in a much more stable spot and things to get more bullish. Fubo had a little bounce today, but it looks like it failed the breakout of its consolidation. Might continue down from the rejection to like 350. Didn't really test 350 last time, but it might on the second go around. It's definitely still being shorted. Some of the liquidities may be unwinding a little bit, but we'll have to see if it gets a bounce here again at 4 at the higher low. And then, if it does get a continuation from here up above like 450, things could get a little bit more bullish on it again. But right now, I would say, yeah, it doesn't look too hot. Above 450, sure. Can we gap up to the all-time high overnight? I don't think retail sales is going to have that much of an effect. And it's expected to fall anyway. It's just if it falls a lot more steeply than is currently expected. $6,500, here we come. No, we got a long way to go before that. But, yeah, maybe 60-20. Anyway, no problem. August. Just buy your calls. I think that's about it for the day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Later.